Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sound check. 1, 2, 3,
Английский
4,
сейчас есть?
5.
Дорожка
Sound check.
поднимается в миксе?
Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sound
Ну,
check.
сейчас тогда в Ютубе в трансляции будем искать звук, потому что, ну,
The microphone is off. The interpretation is not possible. My apology, I didn't switch on the microphone. My apologies. Good day, distinguished guests and colleagues. Let me welcome you in our city of Nur-Sultan at the conference of sharing experience of digital transformation under the Interbanking Union of Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Joint Stock Company Development Bank of Kazakhstan initiated this event, and I would like to wish all of us fruitful work and give the floor to the CEO of the bank, Mr. Sarkulov Abay. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you on behalf of the Development Bank of Kazakhstan as participants of the Digital Transformation Conference on our land of Kazakhstan, and would like to thank you and for your support in this unclear time. This event today is a platform to share the experience and the best practices in digital economy, green finance, and financing contemporary infrastructure. I'm sure that this conference will help identifying the practicalities of the future cooperation. As you are aware, the Development Bank of Kazakhstan has 20 years of experience of structuring and financing major infrastructure and industrial strategic projects. Our experience, knowledge, and competences help the business of Kazakhstan to overcome the consequences of economic shocks. Just starting from 2019, the bank does a lot of work to carry out the internal transformation. We introduced CRM and BPM systems. We have transferred to the project management scheme in our operations, in our business processes. And during pandemic, this helped ensuring the decent and quality servicing of our clients. And this has never had any impact on the time frame of our operations because it accelerated all our business processes. The bank has active involvement of the transformation groups of our business processes, and we would like to share this agenda with the partnering banks, and would like to also hear the views of how efficient this is done in your countries. Under the digital transformation program in Kazakhstan, we aim at improving the level of life of every citizen of our country through the use of digital technologies, and we introduce it very actively in the Development Bank of Kazakhstan. I would also like to comment that this year we approved national projects until 2025, including the technological breakthrough through digitalization, research and innovations project that would ensure 95% of penetration of internet and 50% of the data recording online, and 8% of transit information of Asia-Europe should be transferred to online regime. And we expect that the export of information technologies will reach $500 million, and the volume of innovative products will total 2.5 trillion tenge. And also under this national project, the country will achieve 50% of private financing in commercialization projects. The development of technological and innovative business will allow reducing the losses of electricity, ensure digital eco-monitoring, and transfer customs and tax administration to the digital format. However, the key activities by 2025 for the quality internet and information securities will ensure 5G in all the oblast centers and the central cities and protect personal data. Speaking about the experience of the Development Bank of Kazakhstan, we are aiming at developing the digital ecosystem. We financed Trans Telecom project to build the hardware and software and connectivity platform along the railway lines. We also provided to mobile telecom service and Kazakh Telecom the introduction of LTE, GSM, and UMTS networks in Kazakhstan, and also deployment of the network-free 4G LTE, and also provided the rural settlements with the wideband networking. Our path to digital transformation started in 2019, and where we introduced the paper-free format that is in our Development Bank of Kazakhstan. We don't have any paper documentation, except for several paperwork that is required by the legislation. And this resulted in transiting remotely, to work remotely, operating with our clients without any challenges. The bank is planning to exchange the digital data with the external counterparties for 2 years, and we plan to robotize our internal processes, introduce the instruments of big data analytics for forecasting. We are facing big challenges now, and I hope that our colleagues will also share our projects that we have implemented and demonstrate our prospects. I would like to wish all of you success and fruitful work during this conference. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sarkulov. Now I would like to give the floor to the Director of the Digital Technologies Department of Kazakhstan, Mr. Shmagin Sergey. Good day, distinguished colleagues, dear friends. My name is Sergey Shmagin. I am responsible for IT of Development Bank of Kazakhstan. I would like to discuss the digital transformation of Development Bank of Kazakhstan and our future plans. Could you please share the screen or share my presentation on the screen? Thank you. This slide shows 5 key information systems operating in the bank: the CRM, BPM, Abyss Colver for accounting, electronic document circulation system, and BI business analytics system. I'm going to discuss them in detail. This slide shows the digital landscape of digital systems. The yellow color shows the systems operated by the staff, which is our internal systems, and the gray ones are the external systems, including CRM, and which is going to start this year. And the blue ones are the systems that are external, that the bank cooperates with. To accept the applications from the clients, so we started the CRS system, and with a token, the client can ask for financing, look at the current status, and provide the feedback. After the automatic control and reconciliation of data with the state databases, the application signed by the token is received by BPM system. The CRM system also has the module of collaboration with applicants for employment. All the documents are signed online using the electronic token. In 2021, the module for interaction with fintech controllers and signing contracts and registration of users is used by the electronic token. And all the data for the follow-up are taken from the national systems. All the site pages are provided in 3 languages and which can be chosen, and then the personal cabinet is used. The users of CRM are the applicant, the participant of the agreement or the contract, financial and technical consultant, and applicant for employment. The parties to the contracts and fintech consultant are at the stage of consideration now and will be started before the end of the year. This slide shows the services that our clients can get through the cabinet of applicant. As for the They have to sign agreements for NDA and also signing contracts for the provision of reports. So all these modules have been introduced during the last year. This is the new module that was developed during pandemic, when the task was to get the signatures with the applicants to employment. We had to do it online, and because of pandemic, and we developed the push option to sign the job offer and NDA agreement and all other supporting documents to employ the candidate online. We also provide the functionality for the internship, and all the documents required for the internship can be also done online. And in future, we plan to include supplying the CVs, testing and filling the questionnaire for the security service also online. Upon completion of this work, all the documents will be collected at the later stage by CRM. The next slide provides an example of interaction of CRM and BPM systems. This slide shows the interface of the profile cabinet or CRM system after the client has authorized in his personal cabinet. And since he doesn't have any relations with the bank yet, we can see that the first step would be the NDA agreement. It's not signed, therefore it has no status. For the person to sign the NDA agreement, the person who sends the application, the person needs to have the relevant rights or privileges. It could be the top manager who is allowed to provide a signature, or by a power of attorney. And this step can also be done by CRM without getting it from the interface. After the power of attorney is provided, the person can sign the NDA. After NDA is supplied, NDA is received by BPM system, where depending on the page, relevant managing director will be assigned, and his presence at work will be checked in line with his schedule. After NDA is signed by the bank, its status is revised as signed by the bank, and then it is submitted for the client to be signed as well. The client in his personal cabinet will see that NDA has been signed by the bank, can sign it, can download it, can read it, and since then the document is kept in his personal cabinet. And if the access is limited, then at the later stage he can re-sign it.
And here you can see how these agreements are signed by both sides, and you can apply for financing, for example. And in BPM, the status was changed, signed by the bank. It's a simple example because we do not have enough time. We just wanted to show how different processes operate in a BPM and CRM, and we will continue to operate it further. And as for a BPM system, it's a classical platform, low-code platform, fast changes, not expensive changes, because you do not need to program it classically and to waste much time for modules. The authorization is fulfilled via login and password. It's translated into 3 languages for the convenience of employees and those who use it. And this slide shows a short list of processes that were automated in BPM system last and this year. All the authorized bodies, the banks, are online, and the management and different committees, the BODs, are online, and also the crediting processes are online now. Financing of investments projects, financing of expert operations, interbanking, crediting, financing of stake of different daughter companies. And the next one is the accounting of provisions or reserves, where you can shorten this time from several days to 10 minutes or several hours in all portfolio companies, and also the whole block of HR processes is automated, where all HR processes are included. And this slide shows different processes that will be launched this year. They are management of the changes, the process of documenting, and also using electronic signature, the process of different reference materials management, because there should be different centralized processes, and also the processes of credit dossier. It's a scope of different materials with different documents. And all the solutions and decisions of authorized bodies are included there, and also the agreement of and management of business processes depending on the changes, because there are different processes, and there can be about 500 processes cards, and we need change tracking, and also the agreement with different team bodies, which is authorized already. As for accounting system, the bank is using ABIS Culver for a different reporting. This system is the source partially for a BPM system. I will not stop on this system. It's just like a box. It's customized. It's not the result of the transformation. I just wanted to show different modules that are functioning, and we want to shorten it. Culver is a pro ERP system that connects the interdependence among all the clients, and we want to make the list of modules shorter, and we want to replace it by own development to make it cheaper and faster, and to make it more qualitative. As for electronic documents flow, we want to replace our current system by BPM system till the end of the year. And just briefly, I just wanted to explain what we have in Lotus. Until the last year, the whole automation and documents flow was in Locus. For example, now we have the electronic emails, the different decrees and messages, and the rest functionalities will be transferred to BPM system. Business intelligence system, we use a Power BI system. It's the most effective and least expensive system, and moreover, we have an additional system to disclose our financial statements for taxation balance, which is together with accounting will launch this year. It's a huge work, and we will share the results after some time. Till the end of the year, we will launch it. And here you can see some examples of our reports that were implemented in BPM system. And here you can see the profile of the project. And in every section, you can see different layers of data, huge work of our colleagues. And one of the advantages and peculiarity of the development of the bank, based on my own experience, I think that business can develop self-competences in Power BI. It's a very good tool when a company, for example, has own competencies and develop it. If we do it our own, probably we need more time. And here you can see the reporting on financial indicators. All reports are based on online data, and they show real picture. And here you can see the volume of implementation, operational phase. And in my conclusion, I would like to share with the plans for the development. It's automation of other business processes, online reporting, collection, the front office is automated fully, and we need to automate other offices. And like Berik Sirkovich has noted, we have pilot projects with business companies on supplying reporting from system to system, avoiding different Excel forms, and so on. Via integration with National Managing Holding by Terek, we integrated some documents, and we want to integrate the level of BPM system, and also we work with state bodies via a service Compra, which is integration bus bar, which gathers different state databases and robotization of the processes. It showed very good results, and also we have a pilot robotization projects, and it shows very good results. And I think that we will use it as an alternative method for automation in BPM. It's the least expensive and the fastest. Further, BI development and forecasting of the data. We have a department of big data, of the strategy and big data, and our colleagues will share about it. Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I will respond to the questions. Thank you very much, Sergei Viktorovich. You worked very hard, and now I would like to give the floor to Damigul Serikovna, the director of the Department of Business Processes. Please, Damigul, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Could you please share the screen and show the presentation? I welcome all the participants of our today's conference. My name is Damigul Shurgenbaeva. I represent the team of business analytics of DBK. I would like to add to what my colleagues has said, how we manage our business processes so that the digital transformation in the bank worked well and to make it successfully implemented. Digital transformation is a new reality that requires from the companies to reconsider business processes and the opportunity to adapt very fast under the expectations of stakeholders and the clients. They are main challenges of digitalization. That is why important focus is on the management of business processes and how we started to manage our own business processes. In the very beginning, we identified the owners of business processes. They are the most important participants of the management of the processes, optimizers, those who have competences for changes of the processes. We train them with a method of modeling, projects, optimization, and then we gather the committee on changes. It's a platform for discussion of different ideas. If before, for the changes of the processes, we used to gather working groups. After we set up this special committee on changes management, when we have the owners of the processes, business analysts, the requirements to the creation of separate working groups 10 to 0. So in 2019, we had 10 working groups. In 2020-21, we set up only one working group. In 2021, it seems to me we do not have them at all. Then, as for these teams of business analytics, we send them to fulfill specific business functions. It helped us to accelerate the consideration of the processes, their changes, to take into account the current problems, vision of the specialists on their improvements, and to accelerate our optimization and automation of the processes. In general, we model business processes based on 4 levels. We decompose them. As for the first level, it's a business model of the whole bank. The second level, they are so-called through processes, then cross-functional processes, and the workflow is the last level where we identify different tasks and scenarios for automation. And all of this is automated by BPM N20. It's a well-known notation by the developers, and that is why we decided to take this notation as our instrument. And from our own experience, it was our first experience when we transferred to paper-free format, and the actual implementation took 4 working days. From the first idea to the full implementation, 10 days passed. And it was the first team work of the bank when we didn't assign special bodies and people, but when people identified their own roles for themselves and received very good results. And after that, the team of the bank didn't stop, and they decided to transfer to big re-engineering of own processes. If to consider how we automated the processes further, we automated them, and our colleague has shown it before. The signing of NDAs, before it took 3 working days, and the documents went via our counselor office, then they signed, and responsible persons were appointed, and after that they needed to agree them upon, then to register of the documents. And after that, we transferred everything in electronic format, and we identified specific rules, business rules. And after that, they were automated. Now it takes only 15 minutes. And our HR are not distracted by all these processes and registration, and NDA sending is in automated mode. In general, as for our indicators and the whole activity on optimization and automation of the processes, we actually shortened the participation of business functions by 49, and we decreased the timeline for the implementation of the processes. It's 646 days, and as for the automated tasks and scenarios, they are 250 in general that were automated fully, and 378 documents and in processes were made in electronic formats. As for the types of the documents, there are fewer of them, but because they are repeated in different processes, we counted them in different processes. In my conclusion, I would like to say that it's our way for the automation of business processes. We are just in the very beginning of our way in transformation, and of course we need to work hard on engineering and digitalization of our business processes. And in my conclusion, I would like to say that any transformation requires the support at different levels of the company, and probably our good results and this support that we have received from our sole shareholder and our BOD and the management of the bank. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, we are ready to answer these questions. Thank you very much, Damigul Serikovna. Probably we will come back to the questions in the end of our session. First, in our first part, we would like to give the floor to our colleagues, and after that, if we have any questions, we will come back to them. Now I'd like to give the floor to the chief bankers of the State Corporation of VAB-RF, Mr. Storchak. Thank you very much that you participate in our event. We are very happy to see you, and we would like to give the floor to you. Good morning, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank DBK for your initiative in this very harsh time. Probably there are not so many people in Nur-Sultan, but nevertheless, we have gathered in this very beautiful room, and I think that it cheers us up, especially taking into account that we are in the very beginning of very long winter time. It's autumn that actually transitions to winter time, and it inspires. I just wanted to go away from the general topic digitalization, but I will have another question in the end. But, dear colleagues, I would like to say the following. Together with digitalization processes in our institution, in the Corporation of the Development in Russia, we launched ESG transformation processes. Probably these both processes go in parallel, or they have to go in parallel. And whether the most difficult and intense, I'm not sure, because I probably do not understand all the figures. But as for ESG transformation, I think that this topic is quite popular today, very important politically, very significant. Just in case, I just want to present all the directions that we need to have in web. Why I decided to present them? Because first of all, when I started to learn different documents and resources that were prepared by our colleagues, I was surprised. It seems to me that we need to launch 9 big processes. I will not comment all of them, but I would like to say that if we take the composition of these names, you will understand that it's very hard and intense work. And if, for example, some people manage to go this way and to fulfill all of this, we will be thankful for sharing the experience with us and how they were effective. First of all, we need to make the mechanisms of beneficial pricing for the financial instruments and sustainable development. The second, the development of ESG requirements by the clients of Web RF. And the second, the usage of the principles of portfolio management, the issuance of financial instruments and sustainable development. This is the next one, is the most popular. And the fifth, the improvement of ESG rating of the corporation. I think that you all understand what it is. The implementation of ESG processes in corporate processes. I think that it's the most difficult thing.
And digitalization and approaches to digitalization, and the ESG principles through the intra-cooperation processes would be also probably the most interesting thing if you could share your experience. Number 7, improving transparency and disclosure of financial operations. We are doing that already. This is the so-called the non-financial reporting. This is more or less clear. And digitalization and the processes that have been just discussed by the colleagues will give us this opportunity to make the non-financial reporting efficient and timely. Number 8, facilitation in lawmaking and provision of ESG practices. I think this is happening in all the countries, but to different degrees. And the last one is promotion in the foreign jurisdictions of Russian Federation as a whole and Vneshekonombank as the development institution in particular. If at some stage we would be capable of marry the ESG and digital transformation processes, this is going to be a big breakthrough. And to conclude, I would like to brief you on the trends related to how our partners, our development institutions feel in this contemporary world. I believe that based on the work that I have been doing lately, I came to a very simple conclusion that a lot of attention has been paid and is being paid at various international fora to the multilateral banks, including EBRD or the World Bank Group, but to a less extent, they discuss the national development institutions. However, based on the scope of operations, the national development institutions operate much more compared to our international colleagues. Just two figures. Based on the reporting of 2020, the national development institutions provided $2.2 trillion of financial support. However, the multilateral ones only provided 300 billion. And another important fact, probably you heard it or not, but I normally stress it to show to what extent our institutions are important. In 2019-2020, the new institutions like us were 8 more national development institutions were established. This is, but not the number is interesting, but half of them are established in various economies, UK, United States, and Mexico. If you have a chance to promote yourselves in your own jurisdictions and to your own governments, you can refer to this figure. You can say that we need to have additional capitalization or probably additional financial institutions, that because we are following the trend of energy transition, of climatic agenda that will require a lot of resources. And these resources can be more efficiently channeled through the development institutions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sergei Anatolievich. Indeed, our conference is tackling upon these two global trends that you have mentioned, and we will do our best to look at this topic in more detail and pay more attention to it by our management and leadership. Now I'd like to give the floor to the Managing Director of the State Development Corporation, WebRF, Mr. Demyanov. Alexander, the floor is yours. Good day, good morning, distinguished colleagues. Thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this event. Thanks a lot for your warm welcoming. And today, speaking about digitalization as a topic which is extremely important, we would like to discuss the services that we are now developing for our clients, because it is obvious that all the changes that we are making to our internal processes by optimizing the processes, by introducing various internal digital solutions, is eventually done for our clients to get a better quality of services. And this is exactly the task that we have set for ourselves some time ago, when, as a result of changes in the management structure of the development institutions in Russian Federation, WebRF is now responsible for coordination, and due to this legislation is now responsible for coordinating the development institutions providing various services to the clients. And we came to the conclusion that in addition to the optimization of our internal processes, our key task would be to raise awareness of our colleagues of what they can have access to, what kind of services can be provided, and how to reduce the path from searching for required products down to getting the specific services. And for that, together with our partner, which is VK Group, which was previously called Email Group, Mail.ru Group, we launched a product which is called Razvivai.rf, which is inside the internet of Russian Federation. What I'm going to discuss is already working, and I'm calling all of you to start your computers and include the search engine, type in the search engine with the Cyrillic script the words "Развивай RF," and you will see that we are providing a tool for B2B clients, and that is developed by the development banks. Our task is for any entrepreneur, be it an individual or a company, who could have access to the resource and could quickly choose the financial suggestion that will help addressing their life needs. For example, you want to get a vehicle as a loan or as a leasing. Would you need mortgage financing? You're welcome. By developing this product, we try to combine it with the development institutions and commercial approaches. Therefore, almost all the lead financial and leasing companies and commercial banks are present at our marketplace. So what does it provide? What does it look? On the one hand, it's a tool to organize the development. On the other hand, it's a marketplace for the business. When we are talking about the tool for the development institutions, we are saying that all the products that we are providing, financial products, are present on our platform. And at the same time, all our clients can electronically apply. And this application will be collected by the integrated pipeline, where we can see all the applications supplied to the development institutions, and we can see our clients as well. Because by accepting this application, we aggregate data from various information systems, and we put together the profile of the client. So altogether, being various companies being located in various things, we can understand our client, and on the one hand, we can give him a good proposal, but on the other hand, we can have a similar view of the risks or issues that we can face when we start serving this client, which in essence gives us a chance to propose the best financial offer for him. But on the other hand, we internally also incorporate various information systems that help accelerating the decision-making for approval of the loan or any other financial product. On the other hand, we are saying that for the businesses, for our banks, we have two tools, the credit aggregator and leasing aggregator. Based on the names, you can see the types of financial products that we are providing. And using the mechanisms of digitized search, the client can only include his individual number, and he could explain the targets. He will get the best proposal, best offer, satisfying his needs. Therefore, in this regards, this slide, in fact, demonstrates the types of products that we are offering. And in fact, by doing this, we address three tasks. We give a chance to the client to select the best product with the need to make the minimum number of actions on our platform. The rest will be collected by ourselves from various databases, from the tax function, from other services, and we will fill in his application for him. On the other hand, we are the first service in Russia to provide B2B services. We know that there is an aggregator to provide B2C financing, but we are the first in B2B area. And we are helping the banks to improve conversion and to optimize the channel of online sales. To organize the development, we are helping, as I said, optimizing the internal processes, and on the other hand, we are helping based on the data that we receive. And since we are accumulating a big number of applications, we can see where our businesses face certain challenges, where classical financial institutions are not capable to provide all necessary support. He can be not compliant with certain parameters. And in this regard, so we provide hints of the products that are of demand and how they can optimize their product line so that the proposals that would be made by the development institutions would be better in line with our functions, which is helping businesses in addressing their issues where classical banks may not always be helpful due to various conditions. And I would like to discuss what we look like in 2021. Starting from 2021, our platform has already more than 30,000 applications. In dollar terms, the total amount is about $77 billion. I wanted to say 70, but this is the outcome that we would like to achieve. And the services that the platform provides, I would be very brief. We help developing products. We test hypotheses. We believe that we first need to understand whether the financial products that we are proposing are needed or not. And these hypotheses need to be tested. And this is what we can do, and we can do it quickly and well. Then we classically develop the digital services that are provided by our platform. We help using various methods promoting the products, and together with our partners, we carry out the analysis and help improving the internal processes and optimizing the product line. I'm not going to reiterate. This slide describes everything that I have just stated, and what is our next step working with the clients. By checking or by testing the demand, using various mechanisms, we involve the audience, and our task is to get the best target traffic and better target, and to demonstrate the better conversion factor. And to this end, we analyze all the data about the client that we receive from various sources, first of all. Then we choose the best product. We provide the routing to the client between our partners. We propose various methods of applications. It could be starting from application to a specific bank, or a kind of a disseminated application. We will avoid wasting time of the client by not proposing the product that the client will most likely not get the approval for. And then we help the banks to adjust their internal channels so that the online involvement is fully in line with their processes. And quite often we provide advice as to how to build their work with the funnel so that the internet channels of attraction is also used. And as I said before, we are building our service based on the clients. We are continuously in the feedback regime. We carry out the surveys. We have the laboratory that we do in partnership with the VK. We provide the in-depth interviews so that we continuously improve our products to comply with the requirements of the clients and the trends. We actively operate in the social networks. We try to provide simple clarification of the products provided by the businesses, by the banks, and we actively trace what is happening at the market and adjust our products based on the demand of partners and time. And speaking about the data analysis, we accumulate a lot of information, and here I only enlisted a small number of high-level things aimed at improving the quality of conversion, and I'm prepared to share specifically the information that we can do in terms of analytics and our experience, and I'm not going to dwell too much on that. At the moment, for B2B segment, we are the best online channel to attract for 5 B2B and leasing banks, and our task is to improve the traffic to up to 10%, and about 90% of traffic received by the banks is already of good quality because of this platform, because one way or another they turn into specific transactions, which is the best indicator of quality of our work for us. By way of summary, I would like to say that we can see that such services are really of demand. We are prepared to share the experience to create such services not only in Russian Federation but in our partnering countries. And we can see a lot of demand for that. And we realize that the global trend is to create such B2B aggregators. And we are sure that this kind of service is of demand not only for SMEs, however, they are apparently our key target audience, but also for the major companies, for the project financing. And right this summer, we started the online cabinet for the clients of a web, and this is a major project that allows our potential clients, if they desire, to apply for financing with all necessary legal documents required without going to the bank, and would only appear in person only when all necessary credit agreements are to be signed. So we are prepared to share our experience here as well. Thank you very much, colleagues, and would be happy to take any of your questions. Thanks a lot, Alexander. A very interesting and informative presentation. To complete the first part of our session, I would like to give the floor to the Deputy CEO of the Development Bank of Kazakhstan, Ms. Sakonjabayeva Sandugash, who is in charge of risks and digital technology development in the bank. Thanks a lot, Bota. I would like to welcome all the participants and guests of the conference present here in person or those who have connected remotely. How the banks transform, including carrying out the digital transformation, my colleagues have already discussed, including the initial outcomes. And I would like to share the observations of me personally and my team as to how we survived through this transformation. When our business analytics carried out the interviews with all the functions to describe the processes for automation, and when they asked 5 times the why questions, they pulled down a big thread of transformation in the bank. And first of all, we reconsidered the values and complemented the corporate culture of the bank.
And also internal control and risk management systems were improved, and all these processes included the elements of compliance control, internal control, and risks management system. And also qualification requirements and remuneration system were considered. And in 2 years of the implementation of the program, the bank had new reality and opportunities that led to new ideas and new initiatives of the projects initiated by the services. And part of them envisaged the support of IT services. And after 3 years of the implementation, now we are on the eve of a new way of changes and developments. And in general, digitalization and transformation, they are popular words that appear in the business environment today, and very often they are they are depreciated, and the world is changing, and the game rules are changing, and some of them are just disappearing, and we can observe the transformation of a way of thinking, behaviors, business management. They are all requirements of our current time, and the opportunities to adapt to the environment and to be stressfulness, they are our new ways for the work, and the methods of the analysis of the American companies, Copperfield advisory revolutions groups and others showed that starting from 2016 to 2020, out of 128 companies announced about their own transformation, only 22% achieved their goals and objectives. We hear about it very often, but not so many companies achieve these results of transformation. And what are the essence of the success of transformation? I would like to share with some thoughts. The transformation is not possible only with the efforts of exterior counselors and experts. All employees of the organization and even partners should participate. And as for organizational processes and programs, organization will be always divided by those who observe, who support, and who is against. And they are the processes over the adaptation of people, and the key role is the role of the leaders of organizations who should initiate these changes to motivate the teams to continue to change the teams, and the charisma of leaders, in my understanding. Their assurance and persistence make the speed in this way, and the strategic of vision of the leaders is the main capital of the organization, assets of organizations. They are drivers of key players, which is based on the strategic vision, which identify long-term positive effects from the implementation of transformation programs. In this regard, I would like to cite Wayne Gretzky. Good players are there, the balls, and the greatest where it will be, and the effectiveness is based on the successful organizations with good processes, teams, highly qualified and focused on results employees, the tools that attracts effective systems of accounting and structurized data, and also valuable big data and management of changes, and the speed of taking solutions, innovations, and new products identify the competitive advantages of the companies, and undoubtedly it increases its value. Transformation, which is based on creative value synergy, give the results that are higher than we expected. And resuming, what is success, or the factors of the success? Here I would like to note, first of all, to know the values, strategies, people, processes, then technologies in this order. And I would like to wish all the participants to receive fruitful information from this conference, and I would like to wish you success in your activity. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sandugash. Now it's the moment when we can ask different questions, and our colleagues will try to respond to these questions. Dear colleagues, those who are online, you can raise your hands, and our operators will connect you. If you have any questions, we will be happy to answer these questions on the presentations that we had before. Let me, while our people are thinking, I just want to ask questions. I have one question to our colleagues from the first part from the DBK, but probably to all of us, because we are not speaking about money. It was very interesting discussion. We have discussed many interesting things, but no one spoke about money, how much it costs. And the first question, digitalization. For DBK, how much does it cost, or how much did it cost, or how much will it cost, and how all these costs correspond with the improvement of the quality of activities, with the improvement of effectiveness, or the profitability of your activity. Do you have any idea how to compare it? Probably I would like to draw your attention to the following thing. When we hire new people and we transfer to a digitalized space and we launch different programs, but as far as I know, DBK payroll is not so big. You have only 250 people. Did it starting from questioning and hiring people, how much did it cost? And for my colleagues, Bank, I have the following question. I was so pleased to listen about RAF, WebRF programs. I didn't read this information before, and how our project corresponds with the fundamental theory of market theory and competition. This is what we do in our platform when we develop RF. We have clients, partners, but what about competition? Where is competition? Did it finish during our digitalized era? What about the quality product services and so on? Two questions to two different blocks and topics. And of course, I refer to these questions to myself also, but I do not know about the answers. Thank you very much. It's a very important question, how much it costs. And we understand that it's quite expensive. First of all, our task was, and probably everyone understands this, that we work with serious business. And the main question is time and money. How fast we can give the solution to the clients and that will be satisfying them. And the most important question is about time and money. We don't want to consider the projects 1 year or 2 years, so we want to accelerate this process no matter what. And we introduced these processes thanks to or for this axioma time and money be used for the benefit of the clients. And as for the cost, Ms. Andugasho will comment on that, but if we speak about the results of the previous years, we wanted to use about 480 billion tenge. It was a challenge for us. Last year, actually, during strict pandemic restrictions, we used 506 billion tenge. It's a bright example that we transfer this money to our clients faster and better, and we introduced in our business very important things to achieve better results. And our clients receive money faster. And as for the money, as for the people, HR had routine work to collect documents, visas, and before it took 6 months to find people, to hire people. Now it takes from 2 weeks to 1 month. In all the management processes, it's very important to have a very good candidate who will start his job in shorter period of time, and we need someone to manage all this process, non-stop processes. And that is why we took a very important instrument. We transferred, for example, the employees from HR department to business analytics department, who understood all the technological maps for a shorter period of time. After that, he came back, and now it's non-stop flow, starting from recruiting, starting from consideration of resume, receiving offers, until the moment of signing of labor agreements. Everything's automated. You don't need to be present even. After that, this employee comes and he has a mentor, and after that we shorten this period of time, and it allows our clients, both internal and external, feel comfortable and to make this process of replacement of players smoother. And as for the money, I cannot say that it was expensive. It's our own internal employee who was trained, who developed all business processes, who gave the tasks to our business analytics and developers, and it took about 6 months. Thank you very much. As for the figures, could you please say the figures? In 2018, at the end of 2018, IT strategy was approved, and the shareholders allocated 3 billion tenge with that foreign exchange, and we haven't spent all this money yet. We postpone it for the next years. But I would like to note and to speak about software. It's our own development of the bank that was born, and actually that wasn't in the first versions of IT strategies. We used at the beginning, we wanted to attract someone outside who will manage business processes and the internet banking. And this system was developed by our own employees at the very beginning. It was managed to interact with counter agents, clients, when they offer different documents, and when we agree upon different ideas and sign the documents. And after that, we launched this software because we wanted our clients to continue to apply. And when we used all these opportunities, we developed an additional module for HR, where different candidates can fill in their questionnaires, and thus we can save man hours, and how we take decisions on different projects when we choose different suppliers and develop own products. Undoubtedly, we count everything in man hours, and we identify our operational risks and also human factor, the recommendations of compliance service, cybersecurity, and operational risks. My IT team can read and compare capital expenditures, operational expenditures, and to find out whether it's value added. And Web, for example, mentioned how in our CRM system a candidate can apply, and we saved about 70 million tenge because we save this money via saving external resources, and man hours are taken as one unit. We do not compare the salaries. After that, we will go deeper. After that, we will estimate it based on the level of difficulties and the level of responsibilities, because the mistake of one treasurer and a mistake of one ordinary employee are different mistakes, and that is why we compare it and compare with expenditures that we can bear. And one of the examples, we were choosing provisions estimation modules that we made every month. We wanted to automate it with the integration of the current systems and the prices. actually were very different in 10 times, and our bank is not so big. The client base is big, but the bank is not so big. Nevertheless, the concentration of the effect of the mistake is huge, and this is why we selected a system that is comfortable for us, not so expensive. Everything that took about 5 or 6 days when 4 departments operated. Now the portfolio company's provision estimation can be made in 10 days without people. But at the same time, we created a wonderful database. It's a risks library that is handbook for future generations that will come to the bank. They will have already they will have the library of risks, the different manuals, libraries, databases. They are side effects of functionalities. We created functionalities, we decreased man hours, but at the same time, we create such a valuable knowledge databases, and in general, we introduce the procedures of changes management. We are limited in resources, in time, in money, and that is why we rank our portfolio projects based on their platforms of application, based on their breakthrough effects and modification, and depending on the effects of the current capital expenditures that will be expected from the projects, and thus we identify the priorities. And our IT guys can calculate ROI, for example, and also the speed of return, and I think that we need to estimate it based on the time. Did I answer your questions? So I think that this is the competition. Our IT guys can estimate NPVs, IRRs. Alexander, probably I will give the floor to you to respond to this question. Yes, thank you very much. As for the competition, Mr. Sergey has already mentioned that actually that he didn't use WebRF web portal. And just in case, we will be happy for you to use our service if you need, for example, to take money. But I think that Sergey Anatolievich ordered a different and to use different food services. Probably all remember that first you need to Google. If before you used to Google different restaurants to call these restaurants, and now everything is in one application. And now you understand what kind of products you want. You have some offers, proposals, so you need to click for 2 times, and after that you can receive your breakfast or dinner wherever you want. And actually, all the restaurants and other types of businesses in these aggregators, they are in highly competitive environment because they start to compete with each other in the number of the products for the clients, and all wins, and first of all the clients win from that. Why I compared it? Because we do the same, and it's enough for you to render financial services.
Ну, естественно, да.
And of course, you will have to comply with certain requirements that you are subject to by the law, and you are in equal competition. You have to compete for the client by the quality of your product, and we only reduce the time frame that is required to the client to find you, to search for you. And in this regards, we are the team that will enhance this competition to some extent by comparing ourselves with the similar aggregators that will help people ordering food. But what is important here is that we introduce the technologies that force the financial institutions to actively improve their business processes. I have already tackled upon that in my presentation, is when the client doesn't want to think which bank he would like to apply for. When we are talking about SMEs, for me, it is not important under all equal conditions which of the banks will provide funding for me, because I will need to bind a combine for tomorrow, and I need to get this lending quickly. And it doesn't matter which bank I have to apply. For this purpose, we started this mechanism of the disseminated application. That is, you don't have to think of the best conditions of the best bank who was quicker to serve you. This is the one that you will go for. And the most important is that all the credit institutions are aware of that, including banks and leasing companies. And in this regards, we are facilitating the competition that you discussed, and we still wait for you in our resource. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sergey, have we answered your questions? Yes, definitely, more than I requested. Colleagues, any more questions, please? I guess no. If there are no further questions, according to our program, we are now will have a family picture. Let's get into the room outside this room and take a picture and come back to this room at 11:30 to continue our conference. Thank you.
Раз, раз. А ближе или достаточно вот этого?
Ну, можно сделать?
Раз.
Уважаемые коллеги,
Distinguished colleagues, let me refresh or summarize what we discussed before to our colleagues who have joined us online. We showed our visitors our office, which is very nice and very good looking. Let us start the second part of our conference. Let me give the floor to the Director of the Department of Strategy and Big Data Analysis, Nurjan Utantayev. Nurjan, the floor is yours. Good day, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Taking into account the high share of state participation in the economy of the country, the issue of increasing the share of the private sector is one of the key ones. The critical mass of investment projects that would be interested or attractive for the investors would be the sustainable and inclusive growth of economy. In this regard, the Development Bank of Kazakhstan set the task of developing an analytical tool to define the sectors and good niches that would provide the promising good niches to the investors. We would like to demonstrate a unique interactive analytical portal, which is available on the site of the bank in the page for analytics. The analytical portal operates based on Microsoft Power BI, developed by the specialists of the bank and involved in programming and having big experience of analyzing big data and machine learning introduction. This portal provides getting online information about the trade flows of Kazakhstan broken down by region, both in physical volumes and in financing. And this analytic can be provided in sections export and import, which I will discuss later. On the main page of the portal, we have the overall indicators of external trade of the country, exports, imports, circulation, trade balance, both in monetary value and the growth figures, growth rates. The specifics of the portal is that it provides information not only at the level of the country, but also broken down by regions. Let us choose East Kazakhstan Oblast or region. These figures will automatically update. You can see that the average volume of trade in this region during the analyzed period is, in average, $5 billion. This region during this period is mostly a net exporter. For more detailed analysis of exports in East Kazakhstan Oblast, let's get into the section exports. The most important informative breakdown of the portal is the option to analyze exports or imports of a specific region by categories and levels of added value. You can see that the goods are divided into commodities and non-commodities. Non-commodities are included, non-commodities fuel-related, non-commodity, non-fuel related. And the last one could be divided into three categories. Based on the degree of processing and based on the methodology of joint stock company Russian Export Center, which is provided as reference in the section methodology and contact details. Analyzing exports of East Kazakhstan, you can see that this region mostly exports non-commodities. At the same time, I should note that the structure of non-commodity, non-fuel-related goods include mostly the goods of the so-called lower processing. If you look at the structure of these goods by types of commodities, let's look at the next page. This page provides for the list of goods group with the double-digit codes with the names, volumes of exports, and shares. The overall volume of exports in 2020 in East Kazakhstan is 2.8, almost $9 billion. The leader in supplies of goods is the ores. with exports in 2020 being $708 million, which is about 25% of the total exports. Nurjan, could you demonstrate during this process the comparison of this trade with any of the countries, for example, Kyrgyzstan or with Russia? Yes, by clicking on ores, you can see who are the partners, where these ores are being exported to. In 2020, it was Russia, China, and Uzbekistan. Okay, thank you. This graph shows the dynamics of exports of these particular goods. You can see that in 2019-2020, there is a significant growth of exporting these goods from the region. The same kind of analytics can be provided with the 4-digit or 6-digit codes. If you look at the non-fuel related, non-commodity exports, you can see the next page. Here we can see the list of all the materials exported by this region, stating the level of processing, additional measurement units, and the number of volumes and net weight in tons. As I stated above, the non-commodity, non-fuel related goods are the highest share of the non-commodity, non-fuel related exports, which is 84% in 2020. By clicking on a specific level of processing in the graph, you can see the goods for the so-called lower, medium, or upper level of processing. Page exports by region shows the interactive map of Kazakhstan, where you can see the overall volume of exports by placing the cursor on a specific region, and you can see the volume and the share. Below, you can see all the goods exported, and on the right-hand side, the export partners. For example, if we look at the situation of exports in Aktobe region, by clicking on this region on the map, you can see that the leader is ferrochromium that contains more than 4% of carbon from Aktobe region in 2020. And this is the non-commodity and non-fuel related. And it takes about 40% of exports of the region. By clicking on these goods, you can see which regions this good was exported to other countries of the world. In this particular case, ferrochromium, with a total volume of 1.4 million, or 2.9% of overall exports from Kazakhstan is from Aktobe, and the rest comes from Pavlodar region. You can also note that ferrochromium was mostly supplied to China and Japan. The next page shows the similar analysis, but for the other type of commodities, there are other types of goods. The page trade partners shows for the specific country, the exports to this particular country from a specific region. In this particular case, we can see that from East Kazakhstan to Russia, exports is significantly growing in 2019-2020. At the same time, the leaders in supplies of goods are ores, zinc, copper, and other non-precious metals. And this information can be provided up to 4 to 6 digits of the code. The next page provides the analysis by a specific type of goods. For example, by introducing here the 6-digit code, you can see the region that the good was exported and to which country and with which volumes. For example, if we look at 070200, fresh tomatoes or cooled tomatoes, the overall exports of tomatoes in 2020 was almost 21 million US dollars, and the leader is Pavlodar region and Aktobe region. I should note that this good has been completely transported to Russia in 2020, totaling about 30,000 tons. The next page shows the analytics by dynamics starting from 2012. For example, crude oil was exported starting from 2012, totaling 350 billion US dollars. And this information can be broken down by regions and by exporting partners, that is, the countries that import crude oil from Kazakhstan. The portal can also help analyzing exports or imports using the overall classifier of economic operations by sectors. For example, you can see that East Kazakhstan region mostly exports the processed goods, almost 66%. Then goods for mining sector. By clicking on the specific sector, you can see particular goods that were exported by this particular region. And on the right-hand side, you can see the trade partners where the goods were exported. And this can be analyzed based on sections, groups, classes, that is, in more detail, the sectors of economy. Getting back to the main page of the portal, I would like to comment that this year the portal was complemented with additional functionalities, primarily the algorithm for defining the promising sectors and goods niches that I will discuss in more detail now. The objective of this section is to provide to the potential investors, business community, and the state, national and international development institutions, a comfortable and accessible instrument to define the promising sectors and niches that can play a key role in choosing the manufacturing of specific goods in Kazakhstan that is at the moment not developed or is missing in the country. The first page of this section provides the information of the exports to the countries and the regions in Kazakhstan, depending on the level of complexity. We calculated the economic complexity index of about 150 or 40 countries of the world, and also by regions of Kazakhstan. I should comment here that the results based on the calculation of ECI index quite significantly correlate with the results published by Harvard University on an annual basis. And the leaders here are Japan, Switzerland, South Korea, Germany, and Singapore. I should also note that there is a strong correlation between exports by categories that I discussed earlier and the ECI index. For example, Almaty region is top 1 on ECI index in 2020, and this is explained by the fact that non-commodities are 97.3% of the structure of economy of the region. At the same time, the non-commodity and non-fuel goods are represented by half of the amount is represented by the high processing or deeper processed goods. The next page provides the goods with the identified comparative advantage. That is, the bigger is the number of such goods in the share of overall exports or imports, the higher is the economic complexity index. This page provides the results of the machine learning algorithm to identify the promising sectors and goods. The system defined here the list of 30 promising goods to diversify export portfolio of Kazakhstan based on the current export basket of the countries of the world. So the intuition, which is the basis of the algorithm, is pretty simple. The algorithm sees where the country already has some advantages and then analyzes other goods similar to this by analyzing the global countries. And by this, the system answers the question which goods could be produced and manufactured and exported from Kazakhstan, in addition to those where Kazakhstan already has some advantages, identified advantages. And the sector structure of such identified goods are mostly in the food sector, in the manufacturing sector, and chemicals. And there are also some goods related to machine and transport equipment, beverages and tobacco, and other miscellaneous ready goods. And we defined such goods based on the 4-digit classification of UN, and relevant code is also there from the 6-digit code, and also the level of processing is also defined. I should also comment that 23 out of 30 goods have a positive PCI, which is the product complexity index, which means that not only the export basket can be diversified, but also its complexity can be enhanced. This section provides the user with the opportunity to look at the potential markets for these 35 promising goods. For example, poultry eggs using the code 0252. The key importers of such goods are the Germany, United Kingdom, France, Belgium, and Japan. And dynamics of imports of these goods shows that the average import globally is about $1 trillion of US dollars. 1 billion of US dollars, and you can choose the importing country, for example, Germany. And you can see where Germany imports poultry eggs, so that this is needed for you to define the potential competitors and those who are going to produce eggs. To look at these materials or these results from the practical point of view, we analyzed all the regions of the country to produce all the 30 goods and the probability of manufacturing for each good broken down by regions. For example, if we look at
if we take this angles, profiles, we can notice that the probability of the production of these goods is high in Almaty region, in the city of Almaty, and Karaganda region. This analysis was fulfilled based on the current production data. Dear ladies and gentlemen, our team is always open and ready to share the experience with you and different instruments of the analysis for SCO countries. If you have any questions, I will be ready to respond to them. Thank you very much, Nurjan. The next floor is given to Deputy Chairman of the Management Kazakh Export, Mr. Mukazhanov Kuanesh. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me and for giving me the floor. Could you please show the presentation on the screen? Thank you. The topic of my presentation is the development of our organization, Export Credit Agency of the Republic of Kazakhstan. And we are a part of Bayterik Holding and accountable to the Ministry of Trade. And the chairman of the ministry is the chairman of our organization. And main objective is to develop a non-resource export via financial measures of support. At the very beginning, we supported rating Moody's at the level of the sovereign rating of Kazakhstan and is approved twice a year. Starting from 2004, we are in the Prague Club. We share with experience with others and other credit agencies. In 2014, we became the members of Oman Union, and thanks to its membership, we made a very important agreement. I will speak about it further. The capital is about 114 billion tenge in 2021, plus the state guarantees on our insurance, 202 billion tenge. Our insurance obligations, which can be allocated if, for example, our equity is not enough to pay for all the insurance cases and crises. And how we were developing, if to speak about our instruments and our products that support our exporters, we can say that after our important agreement in 2015, a very rapid growth happened. Rapid development in our products line. In 2015, we had 5 instruments of support, and now we have 18 instruments, 2 of them. Other financial instruments for funding, for trading, financing, and pre-export financing, and other 16 are connected with financial and credit risks for exporters or foreign clients. When, for example, they provide the advance payments for our clients and also creditors and our foreign partners. And here you can see how our financial sustainability was developing. Orange color show our own equity, and gray color shows the volume of state guarantees. 317 billion tenge can cover the risks and not allowing to issue the insurance allowances. And we also were dealing with our legislation development or legal development, and here you can see new types of state guarantees and that we didn't have before. We spent much time for that, and now we received it, and even we increase it. And this year we increased it by 202 billion tenge. And we always work with the National Bank and the Agency of Financial Supervision in order to introduce any changes to the legal acts. In 2018, the National Bank recognized our insurance protection as a solid provision, and it improved the interest from the Kazakhstani banks to our insurance protection. And in 2020, the loans that were insured were considered as highly liquid assets. It helped to solve the issue with K3 for many banks. And now we work for our banks to issue credit for foreign residents and not to impact on the efficiency of internal assets. And we have been working to create a new type of subsidizing the rates on trade financing. Because very often our financing, the financing of our banks, not always can compete with American or European or Chinese banks if we take the rates. And these regulations will help us to expand our instruments and to be free from financial supervision. We use the licenses of the National Bank for insurance activities. And it has different barriers for us to render the assistance. No insurance company can take the risks more than 25 billion tenge independently from the own equities, volumes, and sustainabilities. That is why we want to solve this problem. And as for digitalization, of course, now we cannot boast by the level of own digitalization like DBK, but we work on that. And currently, with own efforts, we introduced a scoring for some of our products where it was possible to introduce. And today, more than 50% of all the applications of our exporters for insurance is done via scoring. If you need to insure different contracts that go to the Russian Federation, you can do it hypothetically within 2 days, taken into account the scoring. And we automate the processes. We have developed a strategy on automation, digitalization. Until the end of this year, we plan to automate 24% of our processes in 2025. 60% of all the processes will be automated. Let's consider 2 products we agreed upon with the banks, and we use a paper-free documents flow. It's in electronic format, and all these activities improve our effectiveness. They shorten also timelines and decrease operational risks. As for the previous measures that I listed before, they help to increase the volumes of our exporters' support. Here you can see how our insurances increase every year, and we want to achieve 200 billion tenge. As for a significant agreement, it was the time when we decided to make an agreement with DBK, and DBK funded DBK leasing, and DBK leasing gave us money for the construction of 10 main lines of diesel locomotives, and the membership in Amman Union also helped us to meet with ICIEC. It's an daughter company of IDB, and we gave 70% of the risks to them, and ICIEC rating is higher than ours. It helped to make the agreement and to make this transaction. And starting from that period, our rapid development started. And currently, if to speak about the members and the Interbank cooperation of SCO, we supported 13 exporters in the amount of 99 billion tenge. As for WebRF, we had an agreement with Sexar company. We took their risks, and XR also insured factoring of Exim Bank, and it was provided to the steel providers, and they provided the steel as an export product. The producer used to have a contract with delays for 90 days before, but in this very complicated structure, we actually decided to give them not 90 days but 270 days. And also we negotiate the supply the helicopters to Kyrgyzstan and also automobiles. And as for Interbank Eurasian Cooperation, we have an agreement with Eurasian Bank Development, and they financed the Kazakhstani producer of food and drinks. Thank you very much. And that's it from my side. Thank you, Mr. Kwanish. Now I would like to give the floor to the Director of the Department of Business Technology of RP Damu, Li Natalia Alexeyevna. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Batagos. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like to thank DBK for inviting me to participate in such interesting conference. Could you please show up the presentation? I would like to share with my experience on automation in Damu Fund. Damu was founded in 1997 based on the government's decree. Our sole shareholder is Bayterek Joint Company. Our mission is to support SMEs. And it's presented in all regions of Kazakhstan. We serve the clients via placement of money, subsidizing of the rates and the guarantees of credits. And I would like to speak about that date, the 1st of October. We supported 94 projects in IT field. As for the state support of the first direction, I would like to share with the experience in the part of automation. The project was launched in September 2020. The decree, it was the first direction. Its portfolio accrediting 11 banks were connected, and when they introduced scoring, the fund couldn't keep all the volumes that were launched by the banks. If to speak about one bank, about 100 applications were sent in 1 day, and they could also take 4 additional units. What did fund do? It analyzed all the units. Additionally, they considered the whole client's history, whether we have a default or not. And additionally, we consider IP services. We develop them. And now, in the 1st of December, we will start with 1 bank. If before we had 4 units, now only 2 units will be in place. And thus, we will ease the burden of our regions. And additionally, the volume will be increased for the clients. And based on the deadlines and legal deadlines, within 1 day, taking into account the connection to the service, we will work in 4 hours. And I will share with my experience further. As for the second direction, I will speak about it after some time. It's about web portal Damu, and we have additional state support on partial guarantees. As for the borrowers, for them it's very comfortable and convenient because the fund renders services to guarantee up to 85%. Dated the 1st of November, the fund supported 115 IT projects. And additionally, I would like to share with IT systems of the fund. Back office uses 1C platform. Before it had CRM system. Now we use a BPM. I will not stop on all the systems, but they all allow to sign with electronic signature To make all the conclusions and decisions, we introduced a scoring for the projects in amount of 20 billion tenge. And additionally, the documents flow is made in documentology, and we can sign the agreements for different subsidizing and crediting on this platform, and these guarantees processes were introduced in November this year. Online Damu, it's an internet web portal that can be used by both partners and our borrowers, and it was introduced in May. It was successfully introduced in 3 branches, and after that, after 3 months, we disseminated it in other regions. In 2020, the rating model was finished. The first rating model was for borrowers, and in 2020, we completed all the activities on the banks, leasings, and international financial organizations. And this year, we finished the integration on the first direction. And additionally, in October, we completed the activity on a BI. And in 2020, we will complete the activity on data storage. This integration will allow to decrease the number of units, and plus the accounting will be sent to holding, and there will be a full integration with the holding. And I would like to stop on automation of business processes. I will not speak about separate systems, but in 2021, we automated business processes by 94.4% via BPM introduction, eGov, online Damu, documentolog. The share of online applications increased by 97%. And as for the guarantees, it's about 89%. Before the pandemic, after the pandemic started, we worked online, and all the partners used our platforms. Damu web portal is used by our partners and applicants, and this allows our applicants not to be authorized, but to introduce their own data on own activities, and after that the web portal will provide specific services. For example, if I want to receive guarantees as a service, the web portal can show me different products. Additionally, I can apply online to sign it with electronic signature, and after that to receive a preliminary status and to receive the decision on the application.
Дополнен в ноябре месяце. Не только видим свою личную информацию.
And here we see not only our personal information in the application, but also the subsidizing agreement and the guarantee agreement. That's all from my side. Colleagues, if you have any questions, I would share my experience on how we achieved 94% of digitalization within our fund. Could you share this experience with us? Specifically, if we talk about the first product, the first area or the first pillar, we are now waiting for the banks to get connected. I heard from our colleague that in Russia, for example, they already have the platform whereby the applicant or the partner can choose the best service, or the borrower can issue the service, and the banks could get connected and to propose their services. Damu can do that, but our competitors, when they saw this portal, unfortunately, they did not get connected, because at the moment the borrower can apply for several banks, and each bank will struggle for the clients. Therefore, unfortunately, we are going to get all the banks connected soon, and by doing that, we will reduce the resources for routine or for handmade input. In 2022, we will continue the discussion of managerial reporting, and through robotization, we will remove the routine manual operations like DBK. That's all. Thank you very much. That's great. Thanks for sharing. Should you have any questions to Kuanish or Natalia, you are welcome. And I'm sure my colleagues will respond. I don't see any. I do have one question. The question regarding the very first part of our section regarding the analytical platform to analyze the external trade or exports or imports. Frankly, I was waiting for the platform to allow for business processes as well, not only the overall analytics. So my question is, will this platform allow to see the end users or the subjects of exports or imports, that is the companies who can potentially become your partners? Because whichever, irrespective of how long we discuss that the export goes to Germany or to Italy, because in fact, what matters is whether you have a partner or not. So the tool that you have presented, will that give a chance to the potential Kazakh exporter who realizes that it has a good that could be exportable, could be able to move ahead, not specifically to the country, but to the specific purchaser? Nurjan? Thanks, Sergey, for your question. At the moment, all the data are collected from the formal sources, that is Statistics Bureau and the Ministry of Statistics, and we also use UN Comtrade as a source. You may be aware of that, and all the data are aggregated. The provision of data specifically by purchaser is a confidential information that we are not allowed to specify on the site of the bank. That is, the portal only operates based on the publicly available data. Okay, you started with saying that you are going to show the niches that the company or the individual producer would be willing to take. But is it your task to go some step further to say that General Electric can potentially buy chromium or nickel or titanium, or the daughter company of General Electric can do that? Most likely the main company will not purchase it locally. I'm saying that it could be a good option for you to further develop. That is, from the point of view of business of a specific company, a specific person, this is probably the most important, but not the country that potentially can buy the goods. Thanks a lot for your recommendation. We will take that into account, definitely. I can make a small comment in this regards, because we are the development institution of Kazakhstan, and for finding any partner in Kazakhstan with a specific export capacity is an interesting thing for the investors. This is possible because the data, even though they are aggregated, you can identify any person through the business codifier that could be a potential partner. However, there are rules for protection of personal data that cannot be provided. But if we are asked or accessed by a foreign company to check the probability of supplies by a specific Kazakh supplier, we can find this information and provide it to them. I can also add that this site also has the catalog of products and the names of companies that can help contacting our potential client to match the potential clients from abroad to our potential clients. Well, do we have any further questions? We have been working so efficiently that we are again ahead of time, ahead of our schedule. And I think that's the end of the first part of our conference. Colleagues online, we would be happy to see you back at 2:30, which is in 2 hours, here to continue our conference. We are going to have other interesting presentations that will be made by our colleagues from Vneshekonom. I think they will be interested to learn more. Please get connected at 2:30 Nur-Sultan time. Thank you. Now we are having the most interesting part of our conference. Let's now have lunch and then proceed. Thank you.
Зарина, вы здесь?
Да, коллеги, добрый день. Да, я здесь. Сейчас коллеги подключаются. Одну минуточку.
Зарина?
Да, Свет.
Нет, это Ажара.
Да, здравствуйте.
Да, подскажите, пожалуйста, у нас сейчас подключится Яна, Александр тоже.
Подключится Яна Епифанова, да. И вас
Александр,
почему-то в наушниках очень плохо слышно.
с наушников?
И вот в наушниках я почему-то плохо слышу, а без наушников вообще не слышу.
Не знаю, почему так.
Ну ладно,
А Антонина, она не будет сейчас подключаться?
Антонина сейчас допишет курс, нет, они через 15 минут уже все подключатся. Просто Яна бы хотела проверить подключение и работу микрофона.
Мгм. А вы говорили, да, вот Антонина, Елена, Яна и
Да,
плюс
я все и да, там еще один спикер,
и,
да, это
И Александр.
Александр.
Да,
Да, мы их всех предупредили.
насчет
Они
моментов,
сейчас,
которые я вчера вам объясняла, насчет расположения камеры.
да, но они нас все это все знают. Я им скинула фотографию, как это должно все выглядеть. Вот, так что
Яна, добрый день.
коллеги, здравствуйте, да, это Яна. Меня слышно?
Вас слышно, да, только мне кажется, как будто у вас колоночки включены или что, как будто нет?
Колоночки включены.
Или мне так
А
кажется?
что за колоночки? У меня нет никаких колоночек.
Окей. А вы можете камеру чуть-чуть пониже расположить, чтобы у вас вот примерно вот так, да? Да, отлично.
Это так лучше, да? Просто не
Да,
знаю, как сейчас.
потому что когда вы... Нет, высоко ее не поднимайте, потому что когда вы начнете говорить, у вас будет выходить электронная плашка, которая будет идти по нижней части экрана.
Понятно. Вот так хорошо?
Так хорошо, да.
Хорошо. А там звуком?
Сейчас, секундочку. Яна, подскажите, пожалуйста. Ой, вы не выключайте, пожалуйста, камеру.
Да.
У вас презентация будет?
Нет, у меня не будет презентации.
Окей.
Нет, если кто говорит, нету.
Зарина, подскажите, пожалуйста, у Александра будет?
Так, Александр, так, мне пока не ответили, по-моему, нет, но он подключится через 15 минут.
Так, ну,
Как бы
через
у них
15, через
уведомление.
15 минут у нас, по идее, уже должна начаться сессия, и мы будем выходить в стрим. И
Все,
Яна,
тогда сейчас.
да, Яна, Зарина, у меня будет к вам большая просьба, пожалуйста. Как у нас только начнется сессия, вы не могли бы оставить завсегда-то включенную у себя камеру?
Да, хорошо, конечно.
Спасибо большое.
Сейчас надо сделать уже удобнее, чем в 6 утра.
И плюс еще ваши коллеги, Антонина и Елена, тоже попросите их, чтобы они не отключали камеры.
Они точно их не будут отключать. Еще раз, да, я скажу.
Зариночка, у вас остался микрофон включен. Спасибо.
демонстрировать.
Добрый день, сейчас, секундочку, подождите, пожалуйста. Молодой человек, я не расслышала вашего имени по поводу демонстрации экрана.
Да, добрый день, это Иван, Центр
Иван, да.
Нужна будет возможность транслировать презентацию пущена, как говорит последний.
Данная презентация будет с этого же компьютера транслироваться, да?
С моего компьютера.
Да. Но я просто пока сейчас вас не вижу вашу картиночку. Сейчас, пару секунд. А можете, пожалуйста, включить вообще еще камеру, когда будет выступать сам спикер? У нас же камера будет включена у спикера.
Спикер выступает со своего девайса.
Окей.
Моя задача только включить слайды, да, поэтому меня выключено.
То есть она будет выступать со своего компьютера? Что?
Демонстрацию он хочет проявить?
Да.
Ну, можно понять, пускай.
Сейчас. Она, получается, будет выходить со своего зума, а вы будете делать демонстрацию? Не
Да,
совсем.
все верно.
У нас, потому что будет показываться только спикер. То есть и ей желательно самой осуществить демонстрацию экрана.
Да, я понимаю, но у меня просто нет технической возможности это сделать, поэтому мне придется это делать. Я так понимаю, сейчас презентация выведена, и она работает, правильно?
Да. Подождите, пожалуйста, секундочку, Иван. Иван, все окей?
Да, то есть все, сможем, да, будет так сделать?
Да.
Отлично, все, спасибо.
Хорошо, спасибо вам. Да, все верно, вы у себя не видите, но вы будете видеть, получается, нашу подачу картинки, и оттуда вы сможете увидеть спикера. Ну, соответственно, когда будет выступать Елена, она как бы скажет свое приветственное слово. Елена, сейчас это вы, да? В черненькой кофточке я вас вижу. Сзади вас... Нет?
Нет. Надеюсь, меня подписано Антонина Ивашенко, правильно?
А,
Подпись стоит?
да, прошу прощения, просто я смотрю, как бы, мне не видно ваше имя. Прошу
Поняла,
прощения,
поняла.
да.
Нет, я модератор вообще.
Да, поняла. Иван,
Коллеги, вы с вами начинаете 11:30 приносить заказ одежды?
у нас сейчас пока идет еще сбор гостей в зале.
Послушала. Хорошо, ждем заказ.
Да, и стрим мы сейчас тоже запустим где-то через минут 5. Да?
Александр Колганов, вы здесь? Не вижу вас просто в списке.
Александра, кажется, нет. А, заходит вот он, да.
Спасибо. И Яна, Ассоциация банков России, у вас получилось подключить, правильно?
Да, я здесь.
Отлично, спасибо.
Кажется, мы даже устроились. А меня сейчас слышно?
Да, вас слышно.
Да.
Александра, можно будет попросить вас, пожалуйста, тоже включить камеру? Ее не отключать на период нашей сессии, да. И не могли бы вы чуть-чуть вниз спустить свою камеру, чтобы мы видели вас более лучше? Пожалуйста. Слегка. Нет, наоборот, на себя ее чуть-чуть. Да, так достаточно. Спасибо большое. Мы все начинаем через 5 минут. Вас слышно. Спасибо. Ау!
Уважаемые коллеги,
Dear colleagues, let's start the second part of our conference. I would like to give the floor and the moderating floor to our colleagues from Moscow, the head of Russia Center OECD, Russian Academy of Public Health and State Service, Ms. Levashenko. Please, the floor is yours.
Доброе утро, добрый день. Начинаем сессию, которая посвящена
Unfortunately, the interpreter cannot hear the speaker.
времени, как ECG готовит
Interpreting is not possible.
Совет председателя правления Банка развития Казахстана, Александр Долганов, председатель.
Антонина Давыдовна, я прошу прощения, здесь пишут, что перевод...
Miss Antonina, unfortunately, interpreters cannot hear you. That is why interpreting is not possible. I'm so sorry for interrupting you. We need to solve this technical issue.
Мы можем уже продолжать.
We can continue. Thank you, Antonina. К сожалению, нет. Напрямую в наушники звук не идет.
Все слышит, все нормально. Можно будет.
Коллеги, скажите, как лучше, повторить для записи или продолжить?
Повторить, если можно.
Хорошо. Значит, повторимся. Коллеги, добрый день. Привет из заснеженной Москвы. Очень рада всех видеть. Меня зовут Левашенко Антонина, я руководитель Международного центра Россия ОС «Рамхи». Со мной сегодня в нашей сессии будут выступать Асылхан Айджанов, председатель правления Банка развития Казахстана,
Александр Долганов, заместитель председателя правления банка Центра Инвест. Яна Епифанова, вице-президент Банка России. Ну и Елена Юрьевна Гущина, управляющий директор ВБРФ, еще одного института. Говорить именно о том, как эти стандарты учитываются, помогают учитываться в условиях той цифровой трансформации, которая в наших странах реализуется. Но мы, как международный центр, работаем на площадке организации экономического сотрудничества и развития, видим
We, as the organization operating at the platform of the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, we can see that it is manipulated, that we cannot, that ESG ranking is important, and the companies that position themselves as the compliant, in fact, they are not. And if the standard has been approved as the international and intergovernmental for OECD about 4 to 5 years ago, and has been transformed in particular given for the investors to take into account the climatic risks based on the list that will be approved.
Каким образом они у себя учитывают, ну, например, там строительная отрасль, да, есть косвенные выбросы, которые не всегда очевидны с точки зрения того же инвестора, который вкладывает деньги в, там, условно говоря, швейную промышленность. Поэтому было принято решение, что у нас будет в 2022 году единый стандарт учета климатических рисков инвесторами в своих инвестиционных портфелях. С этим более-менее понятно. Но есть вторая тема, она обозначена в названии семинара, ESG. И вот УЭС, проведя несколько исследований, пришло к выводу, что на сегодняшний момент понятие ESG, оно абсолютно непрозрачно, несопоставимо и нет так называемой функциональной совместимости с изменением климата и инвестиционной практики. В связи с тем, что, условно говоря, каждый ESG-провайдер использует собственные методологии, использует собственный, зачастую там, субъективный взгляд на то, какие аспекты экологические или социальные будут учитывать при рейтинговании тех или иных компаний, что приводит к фрагментации рынка. А как известно, фрагментация рынка, по большому счету, просто подрывает доверие тех же инвесторов, тем же ESG-рейтингам и компаниям, которые там имеют, условно говоря, высокие баллы таких ESG-рейтингов. Поэтому в следующем году будет разработан единый стандарт метрики по ESG-провайдерам. Вот эти вот два аспекта, о которых мы сегодня будем в том числе говорить, и практики в банках, в институтах развития по внедрению тех или иных стандартов, направленных на большую транспарентность и на больший учет именно устойчивости компаний, устойчивости финансовых институтов. Наверное, первое слово я хотела бы дать нашим уважаемым организаторам. Асылхан, я надеюсь, вы с нами. Вам слово.
Здравствуйте, коллеги. Здравствуйте, Антонина. Как слышно?
Нам хорошо.
Отлично. Альбина, можно презентацию запустить? Я пока начну, Антонина, с того, что полностью с вами согласен. И та проблема, которую меня называют greenwashing, она, конечно, сейчас очень актуальна. Я бы даже сказал злободневна, потому что, но с другой стороны, это, наверное, естественная часть любого тренда, когда появляется какой-то глобальный тренд, который влечет за собой распределение ресурсов, инвестиций, капитала. Конечно же, многие игроки на рынке, да, скажем, они пытаются в этот тренд попасть, чтобы данные ресурсы привлечь, ну, в том числе и инвесторов. И я надеюсь, в рамках своей презентации, своего доклада я расскажу о том, что, скажем, смогу вас убедить, что БРК, Банк развития Казахстана, БРК,
Да-да, мы запускаем.
Ну вот, то есть о чем я буду говорить, поскольку ответственное инвестирование, устойчивые финансы– это, можно сказать, один из самых глобальных трендов, самых ключевых глобальных трендов на сегодня, то я кратко расскажу вам, коллеги, о нашей ESG-практике, о тех вызовах, которые актуальны для банка во всем мире и нашего банка в частности. Я сделаю фокус на климатических, на рисках, на негативных последствиях изменения климата. И также, конечно, о тех возможностях, которые мы видим и намерены использовать. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Соответственно, с международными стандартами мы выделяем наши практики.
Based on the international standards, we identify ESG, environmental aspects, the impact on the environment,
Это также поддержка проектов, использующих чистые технологии.
the financing of the projects with clean technologies, renewables, and green belt. The second is S, social aspects, the assessment of social economic impact of the projects, the policy in the field of HR management, ombudsman, corporate culture, healthcare, sponsorship and charity, and G, aspects of management, corporate management, the system of risks management, internal control, and so on. As for the environmental aspects, here we take into account the assessment of environment impact of the projects, and the assessment of the projects includes the assessment based on their matching in the field of health and safety. And also here banks try to finance the projects that use clean and energy saving technologies. Here also we consider the financing of the projects of renewables that include solar power stations, wind power stations, and hydropower stations. And the third direction is a green office, paper-free electronic document flow, effective work of authorized bodies of the bank online, and voting via electronic signature, and also energy saving lighting, automated cranes, sorting of wastes, and also CO2 emissions accounting, and also trees planting.
Поскольку теперь вот время и все ресурсы, затраты, которые необходимы были ранее на командирование членов полномочных органов, а у нас
In principle, we always had international BOTs from the USA and other countries. And that is why now our BOTs can focus their attention on the most important thing. And moreover, we can conduct all the meetings online anytime. And now we do not have any issues with seconding, and we may gather our BOT members every month, and it takes less time. Next slide, please. As for the social aspects of ESG, we take into account the following moments. The bank introduced and uses the development index as instrument of prioritization of finance projects.
Также по итогам прошлого года, посредством прямого кредитования рамках проектов, создание было произведено продукции на 3,3 триллиона тенге.
And We invested 50 trillion tenge, and we paid taxes and created 1,493 jobs. As for the decision making, we organize it in line with the requirements, and the number of headcount is 224 people, and 56 staff have the professional certification. 69 staff have various degrees and qualifications. Their master degrees, MBAs. The bank regularly organizes both internal and external trainings. We also have the succession pool. My apology, you only have 10 seconds left. This is not our condition. This is the condition that was set by the organizers. Is it possible to extend my time a little bit? Yes, we can do that. I can tell you that we have 6 directors in our BOD, and 3 of them are independent directors from the National Bank. And one more person who was chairing the research department of Swiss Bank. The 3rd independent director, due to his great experience in quasi-public sector, who is graduate from the Harvard University and London School of Economics. And all the committees are chaired by independent directors, which enhances the independence in the decision-taking process. The next slide, please. Here, we are not going to dwell upon all the details. I show all the achievements from the point of view of UN Sustainable Development Goals. You know that there are 17 goals, and bank will contribute into achievement of 12 out of 17 SDGs. The challenges that we are facing, and the most discussable challenge that Antonina mentioned, is the climate change, and I would like to dwell upon 2 most important challenges, such as physical risks and transition risks. The physical risks are economic losses resulting from the abnormal weather conditions, such as droughts, floodings, hurricanes, and reduction of yield. And since SCO has the key objectives as the enhancement of neighborhood and peaceful relations, and I think that the collaboration in this sector will be very important, since we are all neighbors, and the issues related to the cross-border rivers, and Kazakhstan is one of the water-dependent countries, and we have almost half of the surface waters originating from the neighboring countries. And this issue is typical not only for Kazakhstan, but all other Central Asian countries. Speaking about transition risks, they are the risks related to the costs that the companies or countries or banks will incur due to the transition to zero carbon net. You know that in March last year, the European Union has undertaken the zero taxonomy, green taxonomy, with the 6 pillars, which is still under the development. However, we already can see the common trend that the capital will be only provided to the companies with responsible business. So the companies will have to invest in the clean technologies. We also are aware of the BAM, which is the cross-border tax, so-called, which will require the companies at their initial stage to disclose the carbon footprint and to avoid it. Otherwise, the companies will have to pay the taxes and therefore reduce the competitiveness of their products at the markets. And this will also reduce the IRR of our companies. And the classical ETS under the 26th UN conference, you know that the price for CO2 equivalent emissions will increase. And this will increase the costs of our companies and therefore will influence the banks, since those companies are the borrowers of the banks and they all have the certain leverage. But on the other hand, as an example, about a couple of months ago, the European Central Bank published the carbon stress test. As a result of this stress test, it turned out that in case the carbon neutrality is not achieved, the risks may increase significantly, up to 30% by 2050 for those companies the borrowers who are most prone to climatic risks. The probability of default will be highest. We know that these risks are not the same by regions. The next slide, speaking about challenges, good news is that we can still see the opportunities, and despite the requirements to the responsible climate, but also the interest of investors to green sustainable investments is growing. And according to the latest report that was published in June this year, from 2017 to 2020, the investments in the sustainable development was about 25.3 trillion US dollars, and the growth is 15% during the 2 years, which is pretty high. In addition, in COP26 in Glasgow, the public green bonds were issued, totaling £10 billion, which is the biggest issuance by the debt management department. It was stated that it is just the beginning, and in case of success, they will increase this emission up to more than 100 billion pounds. Speaking about the technologies on the right-hand side, you can see that there is an opportunity due to, if you look at the solar panels, given the fact that clean technologies and renewables have the scaling up effect and they're becoming more popular, therefore the costs and the price is reducing. And based on the database of Statista.com, you can see that during 10 years, the average price of photovoltaic panels reduced by almost 5 times. And this creates new opportunities. And to complete, speaking about the opportunities for the Development Bank of Kazakhstan, we plan before the end of the year, that is during 1 month, to issue the green bonds. And we already even have projects that have been approved, and we have a pipeline of other projects that are compliant to these criteria. Therefore, DBK sees a lot of opportunities, and we can work on that. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Asilhan. Indeed, the confirmation of what you are saying, OECD carried out a new study that assessed the contribution of institutional investments in the infrastructure of OECD countries. The amount is not too high. Based on OECD, about $1 trillion. However, 30% of these funds were invested in green infrastructure. That is the infrastructure that is compliant to the non-financial risk, which also sticks to the fact that thanks to the financial sector, we now invest in assessing risks, and then we will take steps to mitigate those risks, to deal with the local communities, and all other risks will be leveraged. Now I'd like to give the floor to the next speaker, Mr. Dolganov, Deputy CEO of Center Invest Bank. Alexander, the floor is yours. Colleagues, good day. I will share my presentation now. Can you see my screen? We can see you, but not your presentation. I think it's being started. Okay. I will start meanwhile. We can see it now. Okay, I would like to thank the colleagues for this opportunity to share our experience. Our experience may be interesting because, on the one hand, we are a regional bank based on the established in the southern part of the country. We have also a lot of experience in financing and doing business based on sustainable development principle. We started doing that long before the SDGs of UN were adopted. Before the ESG buzzwords started being used, and thanks to our partners and shareholders, we have the shareholders EBRD and DEB, and during the last 10 to 15 years, we've been working with all possible development institutions that whenever provided any limits for Russia. I would like to look in more detail on how we collaborate with the medium enterprises as our key partner, how we help them in transforming towards the sustainable practices. And we do not deal with the corporate sector. Therefore, our key area of business is mostly the retailing, and we help our clients transforming towards ESG. If we look at the structure of our credit portfolio, about 1/3 of our portfolio are the small enterprises, and the portfolio is pretty diversified. As I said, our business is mostly based in the southern regions of Russia, and therefore we are having a major share in agro-business, and we mostly deal with grain and oil-bearing crops. They are the types of businesses with least carbon emissions, and most of our clients are quite advanced agricultural producers using the sustainable methods in agriculture, such as no-till, rotating agriculture, and using digitalization in agriculture. And we form most of our portfolio. Can you speak closer to the microphone? Okay, I will try to do it. Yes, now it's much better. You can hear me now? Yes. Okay, thank you. We give preference to financing the so-called adaptational projects related to the deeper processing and low greenhouse gas emissions, CO2 emissions, energy efficient, and digitalized business processes. All our SME credits are being analyzed based on 3 categories, that is based on the depth of the environmental and social risks. It is not a secret that most of the technologies are based on the best practices of European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. We are already applying it for more than 10 years based on our environmental and social policy of the bank. As you can see, most of our clients are at the moment in the area of medium risk, where we analyze the environmental parameters and the wide range of potential negative impacts in relation to emissions, reduction of biodiversity, production wastes. As for the social criteria, we analyze the impact on the internal labor, interaction with local communities, unemployment, and staff outflow. You can understand that most of them, more than 70%, are in the yellow zone, and we can see that our clients, SMEs, have a great potential for transformation and transferring to the green risk area. Starting from this year, we decided to look at our borrowers, our clients, from a different viewpoint, that is compliance with SDGs. It's obvious that we as the bank have certain advantages compared to the companies that would like to learn more about their suppliers. And obviously, we do have a lot of information about our borrowers based on their financial profile, transactional profile, because either all or most of their transactions are operated by us, and through the aggregated formats, we can look at the portfolio and look at it from the point of view of SDGs. And this slide shows the current status of our credit portfolio based on SDGs. As you can see in the boxes, the black color figures show the percentage of achieving the specific SDGs. And we prepared, in fact, the whole methodology in relation to SMEs and in relation to the retail loans. And already now, with using a very conservative and stringent screening, we assess using this methodology about 70% of our portfolio. Another task. Alexander, you only have 30 seconds left. Okay, thank you. This is, in fact, the last slide, so it's okay. As I said, we have the expertise of assessing environmental and social risks. We have the experience of analyzing loans and transactions based on compliance with SDGs. And the work that we are doing now is the establishment of internal ESG ranking for SMEs. This is an important tool, and of course we have a full understanding that in the nearest future, SMEs will most likely not be able to get our ESG rankings, let alone the independent ESG rankings. So we decided that if we do it ourselves by our in-house efforts with the minimum communication with the client, so as not to create additional pressure on our SME clients, we will be able to get sufficient information on ESG components, and we are working on that at the moment. So we are developing a number of internal methodologies. Each of those have already the systems of metrics and weights, and we are now getting them validated by some credit portfolios, and we are planning to digitalize them to start the industrial operation of this system of internal ESG rankings. We are going to digitalize them so that both our clients and our staff could get access to the credit infrastructure. And the most important question is why we're doing that.
For us, the answer is obvious. If we can connect clients' KPIs with specific ESG metrics, for us, the window of the opportunities to issue ESG-linked credits to the clients, the credits that are connected with ESG sustainable indicators in order to give them the credits and loans based on ESG covenants. Thank you. Thank you very much. Alexander, your last slide shows the last standards of business doing that you as business, financial institution or a company should internally assess your risks and not to depend on independent verifiers. It's an in-house assessment of financial instruments based on responsible doing business of OECD that identifies correct approaches to understand what kind of financial risk can play against you. Dear colleagues, we continue. For me, it was very pleased to hear that you work on the liquidations of hunger, and I recall the problems and issues of Krasnodar tomatoes that we had a lack of. And the next speaker is Yana Epifanova, Vice President of Associations of the Banks of Russia. Yana, are you with us? Yes, I'm with you. I'm very happy to participate in our today's session. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you well. Wonderful. Let's continue. Indeed, sustainable development and the introduction of ESG principles are the most discussable topics, including the banks, and Russian banks probably are lagging behind, but nevertheless, we have leaders among banks and other organizations, and new participants are involved in these processes. Even from remote regions approach to us, they are quite interested in practical application of this topic. Based on experts' opinion, ESG agenda will be identified by the banks. So the data show that about 80% of the companies from real sector do not accept seriously ESG practices, but 45% of the banks from top 20 accept ESG agenda in their strategies. But nevertheless, the issue of the transition to ESG factor for many is a new one, and they require systematization of information, transformation of business models, support from the state, and that is why this direction became one of the priorities in our activity. Last year, the association set up the project group on ESG. One of the results is the practical recommendations on ESG for the banks that took into account the best international practices and the Russian banks' experience. And moreover, the company Deloitte, based on our order, made the assessment of ESG in the banks of Russia. It allowed to systemize the information in this field. Based on the results of this survey and also based on other experts' opinion and the results that were conducted by us, we may make some conclusions on ESG in the banks of Russia. First of all, we need to recognize that awareness on ESG ratings is not so high, but it's developing. In May, only 10% of the banks applied ESG practices in their activities, but within 3 years, about 40% of the banks are expecting that environmental changes will impact on their activities, and some banks also consider ESG ratings in their decision making. And now ESG principles in the banks are applied only in several of them in the Russian Federation at the level of infrastructure. They have everything to develop this segment. We have regulators, we have methodologists, we have stock exchanges, we have the agency that fulfill the functions of verifiers, and also we have the attention of the government, and the banks are focusing their attention on transformation, and the system of financing of green projects is developing that corresponds with the best international standards. As for the statistical data, we need to note that based on the Moscow exchange, this market of green bonds is assessed in the amount of 1.5 billion, and 80% from this amount is the placement in 2021. And as for the ESG sector in sustainable development, it amounts about 2 billion USD in green bonds. As for ESG loans by the corporates borrowers, the volume of this portfolio in Russia is about 400 million rubles. It's 5.5 million USD. They are made the biggest banks. It's the data of expert rating agency. In general, the interpreter cannot hear the sound. For the development of, there are some technical issues. Russia has a capacity, but there is no reliable data and methodologies to assess its key indicators. And we know that we are waiting for the results of this activity. Russian banks are very interested in the disclosure of financial information, this reporting and technical issues. And these reports will be published separately, and they take into account the international standards of disclosure and standards of Russia. For example, GRI database has about 10 reports of the Russian banks. If we speak about limitations, that obstacles for the promotion of ESG banking in Russia, they are similar to others, but we have own peculiarities. For example, the resource focus economy, less awareness of the participants of the market, but in general, all these limitations are very similar to others. And first of all, it's a lack of harmonized standards in the field of sustainable development, and different practices that were mentioned in the beginning. It's connected with the taxonomy, the assessment of ratings, and also the approach to the information in this regard. Technical problems. The interpreter poorly hear the speaker. And as for the disclosure of the information, we have about 70 about recommendations and approaches. And in this regard, because of these limitations and uncertainties, borrowers are not transparent, and they are not comparable by potential investors. That is why we work with the committees of international standards. As for risks assessment, undoubtedly, the banks are very interested in this direction. And as for our group, the microphone is off. The interpreter cannot hear the speaker. The microphone is off. We cannot hear the speaker. Yana, can you hear us? Can you see us? We cannot hear you. We cannot see you. Okay. Can you hear me? Yana, yes, we can hear you, but we cannot see you. But you have only 10 seconds. Thank you. Yes, okay. I will wrap up. I would like to say that I'm so pleased to see the banking reporting on the effective management and supervision of the issues connected with the climate change, and that is why a lack of the data and the lack of standards are key problems, and the publishing of the reporting of the Basel Committee will benefit to its improvement. And we are working on the governmental support And in this regard, we expect to see several results till the end of the year. And their decisions. In my presentation, I try to briefly speak about ESG banking in Russia, about limitations and problems we face with. And in my conclusion, I would like to say that on the way of ESG ratings, it's our very beginning, and I'm so happy that our colleagues had learned positive experience of the previous speakers' presentations, and many Russian banks are quite active in this direction. And as for others, they try to follow the first one. Yana, thank you very much. Indeed, dear colleagues, I think that in this discussion it's very important to separate different things when we are talking about responsible business management. Yes, can you hear me? Dear colleagues, can you hear me? Okay, wonderful. When we speak about responsible financing, it covers broad financial risk starting from environment to human rights. But ESG, it's the assessment of three directions that. Antonina? Yes. Can you hear me, dear colleagues? Yes, we can hear you well. I can hear you. I can hear you well. Thank you. We are talking about the specific assessment systems that are different. And first of all, they are adopted by the finances. But we are talking about green products and green financing. We mean how to incentivize different companies to transfer to more environmental production, environment-friendly production, and these things they complement each other. Some of them are warm, some of them are hard, but in order to continue this topic on standardization and unification and responsible business management in the field of green financing, ESG practices, I would like to invite Elena Gushina from WebRF, the Managing Director of the State Corporation Development, Introduction of the Standards of Responsible Financing. Elena, are you with us? Yes, I am with you. Good afternoon, Elena. You have 7 minutes. Okay, thank you very much, Antonina. While they are showing the slides, I think that we can omit the first slide because Antonina explained what is WebRF, what is ESG. I will not repeat. And in the first presentation, we have already heard that OECD standards are applied. And I would like to try, having heard the previous presenters, I would like to show something interesting, what Web is doing. And Shuvalov Igor Ivanovich, when he was the first vice prime minister, he launched the process to connect to OECD and WTO, and the next step was to become a member of OECD. Actually, the first phase was postponed, but they continue to participate with OECD. They work in the steering committees and working groups, and that is why we are very happy that the Mishustin supports the agenda with OECD on the introduction of the best things, novelties, and advanced things as standards provided by this organization. WebRF, and this is the second slide, because here you can see general stuff that was discussed by the previous speakers. So here we can miss the slide because Antonina has already mentioned that many ESG agencies are private ones, and that is why the same enterprises can receive similar assessments or different one, for example, 100 or 10 scores at the same time, the enterprise emit a huge amount of CO2. And the OECD sets the following task. Because we know about responsible management of business, it was included in the Declaration of 1976. It's a live document that is amended all the time, and that is why responsible business management includes ESG. It's carbon neutrality. It's our planet preservation, and I think that they are main facts, except for peace in the whole world. And in WebRF, we continue to follow agenda and the working plan with OECD, and we conduct different projects. The first is the introduction of responsible business doing, and in the development institutions, we didn't do it before. We did it in private organizations. Now we understand that different private banks try to follow in this direction. But before we started to speak about ESGs and similar things, we had non-financial statements, and big banks and state corporations of course, conducted the environment impact assessment, probably not at a high level. Probably it wasn't so interesting compared to the financial statements in private corporations or the banks or state corporations. Today, actually, it takes the leading role. And on the OECD platform, together with BRICS, we developed the top-level principles, responsible business, doing business for state corporations. They were signed by the presidents. And India, that is the chairman in this program, continues to deepen 12 principles and disseminate it to development institutions, not only in BRICS. And so happy that you invited me to SCO platform, and it would be great to share our experience. Here we are developing the second stage, and we sent our own proposals to BRICS institutions how to introduce it in their own methodologies and internal policies of the institutions of development in order to incentivize the clients to be more responsible and, of course, to correspond with ESG in particular. And this type of activities envisages, and here you can see different steps when the clients come in. We consider their projects, their proposals. We consider them based on special checklist, and we sort out our projects for ourselves. And thanks to responsible doing business considerations, we will fill in special checklist, and thus we will understand what kind of projects are green, what kind of projects are partially green, and what kind of projects are sustainable. And like our colleagues have mentioned, and where the whole world is moving, it's not just in vain. Via these financial instruments, we want to incentivize our clients to be more responsible. And thus, if we see that this specific project in this specific field corresponds with the principles of financial principles and ESGs, probably we can provide specific benefits. And for example, France provides specific discounts in the amount of 1.5%, depending on the assessment of your project by the institution of development or the bank. And the more you're responsible, the better the conditions there will be, and the less there will be issues with voting at the stage of preparation. So this is the reason why we change our policy today. And the topic is digitalization today, and when we work on such projects, For example, responsible doing business. In particular, we started to assess the quality of the life in the cities.
Because what we do, what we implement our projects for, WebRF is the institution that has the goal of investing in infrastructure projects in major companies, so that eventually we improve the quality of life. So we try to look at the quality of life in the cities, in the regions as well. But this year we decided to focus on cities. And the indicators that we use to assess quality of life are the OECD indicators, more than 60 indicators, and some non-OECD parameters that are interesting for us as Russia. And PricewaterhouseCoopers is the consultant who helps us with that. We presented it to the Ministry of Economic Development that agreed to use this index to assess inter alia the achievement of SDGs, and the SDGs are equal to achievement of targets of the national projects. And year to year, seeing what is being done using the budget of national projects and WebRF, we can see what kind of impact the projects will have eventually on the achievement of our government and president to improve quality of life of people. Elena, you only have several seconds left. Speaking about the figures, we developed the dashboard where all the indicators are input. This is the publicly available information collected by Rosstat and municipalities, and any person interested, ordinary people, can look at the indicators, how they are assessed in relation to the quality of life. This is the interactive site available that you can look. This second product is the checklist, which is going to be completed in December, and everyone who comes to take a loan or to consider a project, he or she can assess himself through this checklist and to see how responsible he is, in which respects he is not responsible, and probably take some measures so that when he comes with a project, he could improve his responsibility and make it more responsible. Thanks, colleagues. Thanks a lot, colleagues. We know that Elena is a very responsible parent, at least based on this presentation. Colleagues, that's all from our side. We will try to cope within the time frame, and the key desire and wish to all the speakers, to ourselves and to banks and bankers, to check the cleanliness of the notions and what is going on in the world, so that we do not try to catch up into the train that is already launching. And because we have been discussed for quite a while about the ESG metrics, and thanks a lot from my side to the organizers. Thanks a lot, Antonina. Indeed, we had a very interesting and informative day today. That's all for our conference, and I would like to give the floor to Yuri Babichev, Deputy CEO of the bank, for his final speech. Distinguished colleagues, on behalf of the bank, I would like to thank all the participants for the very huge work that was done today. And I would like to say that all the materials that we heard today, this is definitely a significant piece of experience that has been accumulated by your institutions, by your organizations. And these are not just presentations. These are very realistic things that can be applied in the operations of our financial institutions. I would like to remind you that in September in Dushanbe, the midterm development strategy of Interbanking Organization of Shanghai Cooperation organization was signed, and in fact, I'm ready that the Development Bank of Kazakhstan, and I'm glad that the Development Bank of Kazakhstan, by this seminar, has started the implementation of this strategy from the point of view of digitalization, sharing experience in building digital economies between our companies. And what is the most important is that this work needs to be continued, because the expertise that we have seen today is obviously helpful in our operations. There are a lot of relevant issues, and I would like to thank the Russian party specifically for the very informative presentations. We like them very much, and I believe that it's not necessary to have these formal events so we can exchange our views in our everyday life. Thank you very much to all of you. We try to make conditions as comfortable as possible to all the participants. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, colleagues. Thank you. That's all. Our workshop, our conference is over. I would like to thank you for the participation, the colleagues present in Nur-Sultan. We are now going to visit Nur-Alem Pavilion, and in the evening you are invited to the formal reception dinner from the Development Bank of Kazakhstan online colleagues. We will definitely be happy to see all of you here. Please, you are welcome. While the colleagues are still online, can express one suggestion. Good day. My name is Karat Balikpayev from Eurasian Development Bank. I represent the Fund for Digital Initiatives. Our fund was established for the European countries to share the practices of digital transformation. I was listening all the day long about digital transformation and recalling the words of Sergei Anatolyevich in the morning, how we could marry the ESG agenda with digital transformation. I would like to share one idea. I listened to our energy specialists during the round table organized by Association of Renewables in Kazakhstan. You know that we face certain deficit of electricity in Kazakhstan caused by digital mining. Understanding the responsibility of banks in relation to ESG, and I'm not sure Dmitry Yurievich mentioned about the new strategy of interbank relations under SCO. There may be some responses to these questions, but from the point of view of sustainable development and caring attitude to the environment, whether it will be possible to have a document or ESG agenda that will regulate the digital mining. These are my thoughts out loud. In addition to being carbon neutral, whether we could be able to be neutral to digital mining so that it will not result in deficit. Could the development institutions apply their efforts to achieve that as well, or they shouldn't do that? So this is my question, because many projects, one way or another, are financed by the development institutions, national and international, and I would tend to agree that ESG could provide some benefit from the joint efforts. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Kairat. Indeed, you put an important challenge to us at the end of our meeting. Thanks a lot for this additional comment. We will work on that. So I think that the interbanking organization of SCO is in fact aimed at sharing new ideas, new thoughts, and continuing our operations. Thanks a lot, colleagues. Goodbye.